So these SPY charts, we're just going to put them on the side here. Ninja Trader, we're going to put that down here. And then we have the prop firm account right there. So again, the first thing we're going to do is bring up SPY. Let's go ahead and track that down real quick. There's SPY. And just realize you're at a put level. So of course the market could run up higher, but I'm thinking you're definitely going to probably have some downside here. So I'm thinking the first thing we do for this Ninja Trader competition is we basically just, I'm thinking we go short right here as soon as we open up. We can give it a minute though, of course. Open up! Open up the doors! Oh no, I can't get that much. I forgot. How much contracts can you get of ES? I forgot already. Components. Whatever. We'll just do one at a time.
Order filled, order filled, order filled. Order rejected.
Okay, so you only can do 3 at a time. I just wanted to test it there. Okay, now for take profit, we're looking for this market to get shut down a little bit more. Now we're going to let that rock for a second, right? The next thing we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at one of these other names that we're supposed to trade, because we got a couple names we could trade from. The NASDAQ, or crude oil, or gold. Now for gold, you're kind of wedging a little bit in this downward section, in this little bottom bit here. But I think we should probably just give this a second here. We could probably wait for this to drop down a little bit more, go long, have it run up to this red circle here. And then for 6E, 6E is going to be, where is it? 6E. There we go. 6E is basically 4x. And I think we can go long here at this point. So let's see if we can hop into something with 6E as well. And then we'll, just go from thing to thing to thing. All right. So again, we got some buys here. We didn't manage to buy at the perfect location, which was at the high. However, it's not bad. Okay, so you're already up $40. I want to see the leaderboard. So I want to see how much money people are going to be making here. So already 190. So I want to see what they're trading. I want to see if it's going to be SPY or if it's NASDAQ or whatever. We can also get into a NASDAQ trade here. So let's go here. Let's click this. Crude oil, ES, MES, and then let's go here. Let's change this. MNQ. At this point, we're also going to go short on MNQ.
Order filled, order filled, order filled. Order rejected.
Okay, so you can only buy 3 at a time with that. Okay, what's the next thing we could trade here? Micro E Mini. We have, let me take a picture of this so I don't forget. Okay, now let's go back over here. Okay, what else can we buy here? We could buy crude oil, MCL. Let's check gold again. Let's go to gold one more time. That's crude oil. MGC. That's gold, by the way. Okay, so for MGC, let's go take a look at the gold chart here, everybody. We fixed it up this morning, so it should look pretty good. So like we thought right here, you're getting that drop. Let's go long now. So again, we're going long on gold.
Order rejected. Order rejected.
Okay, so we're long on gold now. The next thing we could trade, and again, we're going to just do this like every 30 minutes. That's why we're trying to make it a little bit quicker. Trying to hop into everything at the same time. And we're going to see how each of them go, one by one. The next thing is going to be, let's see. We could do crude oil. That's what we could look at right now. MCL. Okay, so for MCL, I think we can go long here for MCL.
Order filled. Order rejected.
All right, next thing, everybody. Let's keep it going, keep it going, keep the train going. Now we got to look at 6E, which is Forex. Try to go long on that now. All right, let's go here. 6E, 6E. We'll choose December. Okay.
Order rejected.
All right, everybody. We're in with everything. Let's see who can maintain this number one spot, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some fun here. So again, everybody, we're 12 in the world now. We're 12 in this competition, whatever you want to call it. Let's hit the top 5 once to take a nice picture. Okay, we're number 2 now. We're number 1 now. There we go. We're number 1 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going. We're not taking profit yet. I told you all 30 minutes, so we're going to wait 30 minutes. Up $460, everybody. We're going to take a little break here. I'll be right back in a few. Again, 30 minutes, 30-minute marker. Let's give it a few here. So for NQ, we're up $300. So because we're up so much on this, I'm going to take profit of this and keep scalping it.
Order filled.
Again, I took profit on the most expensive, or the thing that I was up the most on. For the rest, I'm still thinking we're going to wait that 30-minute marker. We're also going to go long on NQ.
Order rejected.
Oh, wait, wrong one. NQ.
Order rejected.
Okay, so we're up $40, $50 now. The second it hits $50 or $60, I'm just going to take profit here. If it ends up tanking, we're screwed, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to exit at marker, or a market order. We're just giving this a second here. There you go. All right, we took profit there too. Let's go refresh this page. We're still number 1 right now. We're losing speed though, we're losing traction. Let's go ahead and stare at this chart, because this is where we have everything else done. Looks like gold is selling off for a second here. Gold hasn't been up that much yet. So again, if this goes against us, we're just going to average down with the NASDAQ. For now, we're just going to keep these positions again for like another 20 minutes here. Looks like someone broke above us, most likely because we got rid of the NASDAQ. We're at number 5 now. Let's see. Now we're not number 5 no more, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it a moment. So this is MES. Let's look at the MES right here. Looks like you're getting some nice downside. Looks like you might hold here. So we're going to sell MES and go long now. Okay, so first thing is first.
Order filled. Order filled.
What else did we sell? MGC. Oh, I think we sold that by an accident. Let's buy that again. That was a little oopsie.
Order rejected.
Again, we're playing the upside here, everybody. We're looking for a flip in the market. Looks like the market might hold here and potentially run up. And the only reason why we're thinking this is just due to the fact that you filled about half of the gap right now. So you still have about half of the gap left. So we're just looking for a little scalp here. Once this runs up, we're just going to take profit, $150 each, and we're just going to keep nibbling at the market. That's all we're going to do here. We're stuck between the top 10 right now. So this is pretty good. We keep cycling between number 5 and like wherever the hell we're at right now. All right. Let's go take a look at, where's the SPY charts? Let me see. Let's take a look at chart number 7 for a second here. Okay, so currently right now, you're right at a quarter point. Right around the pre-market level, you could say. So this is basically a level that you were just at not too long ago, about 2 hours ago. So we could potentially see it hold right down here. If not, if we go through this level, we could potentially go down way lower. So again, we're just going to give this an opportunity here. We're also going to start putting on the reversal points. Okay. Let's go grab the last set, which is over here. Let's open this. Oh, down here. I think right now you're in between number 2 and 3. Let's go take a look. Okay, so yeah, you're right next to number 2 and 3. If we hold here, right down here at this lower level, which is right by the 200 moving average, you're like right on top of it right now on the 5-minute. The first thing I would like to see is a sharp retracement right back up to number 1, which is around the opening price, you could say. So right around the opening price, that's what we're looking for first. Of course, we can hit number 1.5 and slow down or turn right back to the downside and go lower. But yeah, that's all we're looking for right now. For the options account, we're going to wait for you to hit number 4. And then we're going to buy into that account, as well as our prop firm account, because we still got to make a little bit more money with that one. This morning we made around 1,200, I think. Let me go check. Yeah, around 1240. So the goal today is going to be to hit 15 on that account. But yeah, we're just going to take that one a little bit slower. Just in case the market wants to just fill the whole gap to the downside here. We're just going to go long with the prop account. That's basically the idea. Let's take a look at NinjaTrader now. So we just lost a few dollars here. Just lost around 250. Let's take a look at the other page. There we go. I don't really like looking at these charts because the application is just a little wonky to me, honestly. You can't really add too much indicators, too much different things to the chart. But we could have it on the 5-minute actually. Just have it like this. It's not a bad idea. So this is MGC, and then this is going to be MNQ. So this is MNQ. This is the NASDAQ, right? 6E is going to be Forex, basically. It's like Euro USD. Let's put this in order. So let's put this one all the way at the back. Let me see. So you have 6E, MNQ, MES. Why do you have 6E 2 times? Let's close this one. And then you have CL, which is oil, but we're not trading the actual crude oil here, so we could just throw this all the way back there. And then you have ES, where we're not trading that either, so put that back there too. And then you have basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, these are all 5 names. MGC. I think that's gold, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna give gold a little bit more here. A little bit more time. I'm thinking you could start ripping up to a potential new high here. Again, 10, 15 more minutes here. Remember, the original idea this morning was puts, 30-minute marker. Again, puts, then wait for the 30-minute marker. The next idea is going to be calls right around this current area right down here. If not number 4, after you fill the gap right there. Not much more to go at this point. You filled probably like a little bit more than half now. Going on to be 3/4. So round number 4 is going to be a little bit over 3/4. Which is usually what you tend to do with gaps. You tend to not fill them all the way for some odd reason. You tend to fill like 75% of it, 80% of it, sometimes 90%. And then you'll tend to run the opposite direction. Unless the market's like extremely bearish or bullish, that like in that direction. Because then you can get a flip, right? Now, a lot of these individuals that are on these challenges, and this is also something we should talk about. A lot of these individuals, the one thing that they do is oftentimes they just basically are waiting for the whole move to occur throughout the whole day. And, you know, there's nothing really wrong with that, especially on days where the trends are extremely one-sided, such as like this morning, right? But the one thing you always want to consider is the fact that if you're not actively able to get into the driver's seat, it's fine to be in the passenger seat, of course, which is like you buying a trade and then waiting. You're basically just you're not driving at that point, right? But when you're in the driver's seat, you're able to articulate, you know, what path you actually go, you know, through, as well as, you know, play around. So as long as you can articulate more paths, more areas of buying and selling, all you need is a little percent off that one area. Like, for example, last night when we were trading the prop firm, I made these charts look really nice. So when we were trading with this account here, the one thing that we were thinking, you know what we should do? We should bring up the futures chart, this one. Let me show you all. The leg. God damn. The leg for the damn table just fell on me. All right. Let me see. Let's go to ES. Where is it? Okay, so basically right here, right? So SPY crashed down. You hit the 1/4 point, and then you ran up, and then now you're currently hitting around the 1/8 point, right? Where you're hitting both 1/8 points. So again, this is the 1/4. Actually, no, this is the 1/2 point. Yeah, this would be the 1/4. So does everybody see how you hit the 1/2 point? You fell down to this 1/2 point, and that was like an equal reaction. And then, you know, when we were trading the prop firm last night, all we did was literally buy below this line here. That's it. We just kept buying around this line, around this area. And I kid you not, it just kept blowing up past, you know, our targets. For example, the last time I bought and sold before I knocked out and went to sleep was right here. It was a terrible buy. However, we were just looking for a little scalp play. So we bought right around here, and we were looking for you to just run, you know, pretty much like from here to like right around here. But with scalp trades, you're not looking for an amazing A+, S+ setup, you know. You're just looking for something decent so you can hop in and out of it, just for a little profit. And that's what we were thinking. However, you crashed straight down. So I had to wait from right here all the way down to here, and when you popped up right here at 330, I was up $300. So isn't that wild how you could just wait, get the touch that you were looking for, and because it's not options, you don't gotta wait for data decay and all this other, you know, BS IV stuff and, you know, all this random stuff that people want you to pay attention to. You don't gotta worry about none of that. It's all about, do you have enough margin, and are you going to get margin called? And if you're playing MES, not ES, of course, but if you're playing MES, you're not going to get margin called, especially if you're always trading a very small portion of your account. So that's how we did it last night. But think about it. We used this bigger box, you know. Now, you might ask me, when was this box created, or how did I create this box? And that answer is with these orange circles to the left side. That's the high, that's the low. The blue boxes are the original orange box, but copied above and below. I just didn't have time to put the fractions because I was fixing these charts here. And as you can all tell, so far, this is awesome. We overrided. Let me explain something to you. So right here it says to get calls around the morning time when we opened up, right? What's the first thing I told everybody? Puts, right? So we basically overrided an idea that I had before the market opened up. And we knew what was the correct direction to play in the moment. And we chose it. And it was correct. So that's beautiful. So that's also something we want to look at later, right? But that's something we're going to look at when we take our, care of our notes. For now, we're just trying to see if the SPY is going to crash out the sky. Even if we have to lose the challenge on NinjaTrader, that's the idea every single day you trade. Any amount of money that you put into this market can be lost. As long as you always think like that, you're not going to have to worry about having certain expectations. Whether or not we win this or not doesn't really matter. We hit number 1 for a second. For a second, which is pretty nice. We'll see if we could do it later on today. And we'll see if our next idea is correct, right? Which is the V shape. The only way this idea is not going to be correct, of course, is if the market wants to collapse here. I'm still thinking you're going to run up, though. I'm still thinking you're going to have a crazy upside trend. And just with this next trend to the upside, we potentially might get a nice second put play at the top, though. I just want to see what it's going to do around here by this gap. All right, let's go look at our SPY chart real quick. I want to see if you're at number 4. Okay, everybody, you're at number 4 here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go long on the prop account. Up $80, $60. I'm just going to put my take profit for here. So that's up $200. We're up 60, 70, 100, 87, 62. Again, we only have 10, so I have enough time and enough opportunities for me to average down here to buy a little bit more. We're just going to stick with 10 for now, though, just in case. All right, we'll let that rock right there. Yeah, we'll let this rock. All right, so now we can get off of this. Let's go back over here. On gold, we're up $400 right now. So we were correct about gold, everybody. We're going to take profit here, and I'm going to sell. I just want a tiny little downside trend here. That's all I want. Just a tiny little trend to the downside. Up 16 already on gold, 22, 10. Again, when it hits around 50 to 100, I'm going to sell out. Everything else that we went long on is not too low yet. It's not too bad, is what I'm trying to say. Looks like the profit's starting to kick in with everything else. I'm wondering if you're just going to switch sides again. Meaning gold's going to go down, or gold's going to go up. Not like up, but like our gold put, our short is going to go up. And then the rest of the market's just going to go up. Meaning gold's going to go down, the whole entire market goes up. I'm wondering if that's what's going to happen. The Forex trade is not bad either. We're up $40 on that too, on that long. But we're just going to hold that pretty much for the whole day here. With Forex, you kind of want to hold it for a really long, like a week, 2 weeks. That's usually how you get a big portion of the move. Unless you can kind of capture like a really, really good low or a really, really good high, kind of like where we're at right now on Forex. That's the reason why we went long, by the way, right? All right, so we're letting this rock. Looks like gold's going back up here. But again, all we're looking for is a little something something. Meaning this might go down $100, $50, but when it snaps back down, because you stopped right here to begin with, that was one of the reasons why I went short here. This is going to be an area of interest just due to the left side, right? And if you look at the left, like a little bit more to the left, you could say. It's kind of like this is around the wedge to potentially, can I draw a line? There you go. So as you can all see, you're kind of breaking out right now. So all I want to see you do is just mess around with an area that you're breaking out of. If you want to just launch up into the sky, though, we do have a situation, everybody. We might have a problem. Okay, so we're down 60 on gold. Forex is running up a lot more now. We're up almost 100 on that. Let's go take a... Actually, no, yeah, we're going to hold this for a while here. I'm not thinking you're going to flip around yet. Do we have any news today? For some reason, Forex really does love the news. Let's go check this real quick. Countries, clear everything. Clear. Just put the USA. Search. ISM. I completely forgot about ISM. But yeah, we have nothing else today. Just ISM at 11. This is one of the more important reports, right? So yeah, we'll just wait for that. And then next thing I want to check real quick is going to be... That's going to be 37 days. I want to check Max Payne real quick. Dr. Max Payne. More calls and puts on today's volume. For tomorrow, there's more puts. For the 5th, there's more puts. The 6th, there's more puts. 7th, there's more puts. The 10th, there's more puts. 11th, there's more calls. So it looks like people are thinking for the next couple days you might see a little bit more downside. At least that's what, you know, what's currently on the board here. Unless today is going to be the flipping day, right? Which could happen. But yeah, the reason why I like looking at Max Payne, honestly, is just solely due to the fact that it gives you a range of what options and strike prices you should look for, depending on your expiration, like whatever your horizon is, you could say. Okay, with gold, we're down still 48. We're still giving this a moment. Let's go check Euro real quick, actually. Euro, I have it on what chart? Let me see. Right here. I fixed up the Euro charts pretty nicely, so... Yeah, look at that. Where we just bought everybody, again, I didn't even look at Euro at all. I did not look at this chart at all. It's kind of like you just remember where you had your buys at when you plant them. And this was pretty much the only area I have a green buy at, besides you falling down to here. So I'm thinking that, yeah, you're going to mess around this midpoint. You potentially get above it here, but you might actually slow down. Wait, where are you right now? Yeah, we got it at the bottom, which means if this thing could run up a little bit more here and just touch the midpoint, we should be up around 200, if not like 150 with that Euro trade. So that's our target right now, like 100 to like, you could say 200, 250. Looks like gold's getting some changing in directions here. All right, let's go look at MES. All right, MES is getting bought up. I think you filled the whole gap. So now let's see if this is going to shoot right back up to the tippity top, everybody. Again, sometimes it happens. You fill half of it. That's where we bought in, by the way. That's why we bought in a little bit earlier. Sometimes you fill the gap halfway. Sometimes you fill it all the way. Regardless of which, because we can only buy 1 or 2 contracts here, as you can all tell, we're still up $600. So the next thing we're going to be looking for is a bunch of scalps. But I think everything else is laid out. I think we're good here. I just realized this trade didn't even take profit yet. Completely forgot about the prop firm. So again, you still buy or buy. You're basically at the 1/4 point in the holding, which is a little bit more bearish than it was on Friday, right? Friday's right about, yeah. Let me see. Actually, I think Friday might have been a little bit more bearish than today. By the way, can you guys hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me. You get me? Perfect. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about. What is MCL again? Oh yeah, oil. I forgot we went long on oil. I'm telling you guys, we might have a power play in the background with one of these other players. We might have something nice occurring back here. Currently, right now, we're down basically on the Nasdaq as much as we were selling the first contract for. So it's down basically 300. When we took profit earlier, it was about, I think, like 330. So you're basically doing an equal move to where we had bought in earlier, which means, logically speaking, the one thing I could definitely see here in the next couple minutes is if the market definitely does, decide to do, like flip here, basically, run to the upside, we could see these contracts or our long plays. I think we're long right now, right? I'm pretty sure we're long. Yeah, we're long right now. We could see these long plays potentially break even very quickly here. Meaning, in terms of being worried because it was a good buy and it was a good, location to potentially look at gold right there. Gold's tripping out. It's causing the euro to trip out. 160, 170, 200. I'm going to take profit on euro. Again, it hit our profit target. So we took profit. I'm going to go short here in a second. I want to see what this next candle looks like. Because right now we're on, I think, what time frame are we on? I don't even have a clue as to what time frame we're on right now. On the 5 minute, there you go. Let's go to the 1 minute real quick. Just wait for this next candle. As soon as we get this next candle, I'm thinking it's going to be at a newer high, if not a little bit higher than that high. And then we're going to go short right at that point, basically. Look like SPY's crashing down here a little bit. We just averaged down on our position here. We have 40 contracts on our prop firm account. We're going to have to tighten this stop loss here because we don't want to get too much profit here or else we're going to have a little issue. So there we go. We're just looking for a tiny little flip. Just a tiny little flip and we're done with the prop account. After that, the next thing we want to look for is, since we're going to be done with this, we don't have to look at this no more. We'll just focus on Ninja Trader now. So again, that next gold candle came out. Looks like it wasn't at a newer high, but let's just give it a second here. And again, we're using gold to basically go short on euro. There's definitely a correlation. And I never noticed that before. But right now, trading both of them at the same time, there's definitely a correlation. They both spiked at the same time. So I'm thinking we could potentially use gold as a means of trading euro as well. But of course, we got to test this. But what better time to test something than now? You know what I mean? When you're kind of in a competition, when it's kind of like a make it or break it scenario, it just makes it a little bit more fun, I would say. Okay, let's load up the options account. I think we could start trading some options here. We could just let this rock for a second. Order filled. So there we go, everybody. We finished with the prop firm account, just like that. A little tiny wick, just like that. And remember, I was wrong about the buy, right? The market still went lower, but because I didn't average down with my whole account the first time I traded, I never have to worry about that. Now, with the competition, we only could buy 3 contracts at a time. I'm not trying to waste my time here because one contract is not really going to move. It'll move okay, but you know what I mean? I kind of want to just go make it or break it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let me take a loss. So be it. We'll learn. We'll take notes after. As long as everything that's on our mind right now can get, put on the board here. And we could just get this done in terms of planning. That's all that's important right now. So just plan an idea. Plan a trade, everybody. And make it happen. Now, you guys want to see something cool? With the prop account, Oh, so it's going to count that one trade as a loss. This is supposed to be a perfect run. It was supposed to be a perfect run here. I guess it was because when I averaged down. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. It was perfect up until now. When was not perfect? Was it today? Let me see. I actually want to see when we took a loss. So again, everybody, we passed the first challenge, which was to make 3,000. We only lost one trade, apparently. I want to see where it was at. Let me see. What trade was it? This one here. I bought this at 10:02 a.m. MES. So that was my exit time. My entry time was 9:51. Oh, so they're gonna still count that shit as a loss? I think we all would agree that doesn't count as a loss. If I was profitable, right, it should have averaged down on that trade. But they count a trade that I averaged down on as a loss. That's no, hell no. That don't count as a loss to me. Hell no. We took a W here. And I think we're done with this. So yeah, everybody, we're done with the prop firm now. So now I think the next thing we should do here is, what should we do here? We'll just do the video after. We'll make the notes after. I want to see if this page is gonna reset. I want to see what's the next thing I gotta do now. All right. So again, we'll close this for now. We're back over here. It looks like our idea about gold running up near the previous highs was correct. However, you didn't make a new high, and you're falling from this area. So everybody, do you see how we had an idea on this first green candle of buying puts and shorting the market? And do you see how the market's following suit? So you kind of want to look at it like that, right? Again, we're still up about $200 here. Let's go take a look at SPY now. Let's go see what MES is doing. So again, now you're exactly at the close of yesterday, which is basically Friday. So now you have Friday's close, which means you should be at reversal point number 5 here. I also want to check the Euro chart real quick. It might have hit that midpoint. You did hit the midpoint. All right, short it. Short the Euro, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen. Hit that thing with a nice short. All right, what is MCL again? I forgot. MCL is oil. Yeah. Have we checked oil yet? I don't think we did. Let's go check oil. So again, we're shorting the midpoint now, everybody. Can it run up higher? Of course. But this is a nice entry point. That's what matters the most here. Okay, let's look at MCL, which is oil. Okay, we bought it down here. Currently, you're running up to here. For oil, the idea is simple. I just want to see you run up into this orange box here. So if you could run up to 61, I'll take my profit, and it will potentially enter into a short here. How we doing, everybody? What's your positions? Let me hear it. How's everybody doing over there? Again, SPY's tanking right now. However, you're still next to yesterday's close, or Friday's close. I keep saying that. How about Bitcoin? Yeah, Bitcoin's might be collapsing here shortly. Euro is decent. So we checked oil, but the one chart that I did not check yet for oil is this chart. Let me see. I had a feeling you were going to hold here on this damn red line. It could still go through it. I think you might still make a new low here. But yeah, I had a feeling it was going to hold on that damn red line. Before this green arrow was here, but then like you could say on the 30th, if not like maybe like 4 or 5 days ago, something like that, when we were trying to plan for the competition, we were looking at this and we were thinking like, yeah, this market's probably going to fall down to this area down here. So we'll just go long down here instead of trying to, you know, play with this back and forth. But it's kind of cool how we're playing. Again, we're using the competition to gain so much experience right now. I hope you guys understand this. We're trading 5 different things at the same time. You're trading gold. You're trading Forex, which is Euro USD. You're trading the NASDAQ. You're trading SPY. And what was that one? Gold, Nasdaq, SPY, Euro. I forgot the last one already. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So Forex is Forex, gold, SPY, the Nasdaq, and you're also trading oil. So that's 5 very important, crucial, different markets. Almost entirely different, right? But very similar, of course. But again, 5 separate names at the same time. It's called 6E. That's what the euro is called. Again, we're already up $70 on the euro long here. Not long, but the short, which is pretty nice, right? It's evening out some of the other losses that we have in the background. My idea is those people that are number 1 right now, like the top 5 on the competition, you could say, they're going to still hold this, is my idea. I'm not too sure if they're going to get rid of their position here. If they do get rid of their position and they go long, that would be the smartest thing they could do. Especially after filling the gap. And then they can have like a little safety, a little limit of, you know what I mean, like safety or whatever the hell you want to call it, for like upside. So like just in case if their idea is wrong, they could just bounce back quickly with an insurance play. But yeah, if they go long here, we might have a problem. If they don't go long, I'm thinking what we'll probably see is potentially them drop to around 1,000, and we should be up around 1,000. I forgot how much the competition last time like went to. Does anybody remember? Let's see if we could check that right now. Let me see. Total P&L. How can I check last competition? Competitions. Oh, there you go. So where's the last one? $8,000. This was on the 27th. So view results. This guy only made $2,000 all day. $2,400. That was number 1. Number 2 was 23. So basically, people are stuck around the 2300s. Let me go to the other competition and see what the competition that we're facing up against is normally. Yeah, they're stuck around 2K. Last one. That's 2 competitions where they were stuck at 2K. Let's see if we can go to these competitions. That's 2K as well. Yeah, it's like everybody's getting stuck around 2K. Which makes sense. SPY does around 4 moves in a day. So if they're playing, with 3 to 4 different trades per day, I could see how they can get stuck at like 2K or something like that. Again, we're at 2,600 right now. Or, no, 600. Sorry. We're at $600 profit, but 25,600 in total. And right now, number 1 is currently at 26,000, 26,800. So they're basically up only around $1,300 more than us currently. And again, that was a sharp drop, so I could see how one person that's holding the whole time is not really looking for any bounces or any, interactions like in between. I could see how they could go up, to that amount that quickly. Now, if they go long and the market flips here, which is still the idea that we're following up against, right? Still thinking the market's gonna. Let's go look at the SPY chart actually. Let's go look at chart number 4. So again, everybody, you fell down in between 4 and 5, and look at this, bouncing beautifully. Oh, I forgot about the options. That's what we were gonna do. Let's load up the options account and see if we can find any nice SPY options for the cheap price. How's everybody's day so far? How's everybody on YouTube? How we doing? Okay, so for the options, yeah, these are some nice prices here, everybody. A 686 call cost around $20 a couple seconds ago. Currently, right now, it's already up 50%. It's at $30. So the calls, if you bought them at the bottom with us, again, you're already up 50% on those calls. which is not bad. But I kind of want to see if we could find something for a really cheap price. That's more so what I'm looking for. Like a 687 is not a bad idea, but it's just kind of far, you know? But then again, you filled the gap. And if we look at the other charts that I have set up for SPY here. Let's go take a look at this real quick. Because we made them look really nice. And this definitely might be the right side of a mountain that's falling down way lower. That could definitely be the case right now, everybody. So I would say for your options, just be very careful. Hold your puts, meaning if you bought monthly puts at 689, just hold them. The fact that you ran up to 689 is crazy. Because again, you were supposed to stop at 670 and collapse out the sky, which you did collapse at 670 out the sky. But it was only $30. It was supposed to be around 60 to maybe 90. So now since you went up much higher, what I'm currently thinking is, one, you have a gap you need to fill right here to the left. That's one of the reasons why you want to go down lower right now. So that's the one thing we have to look out for, right? However, I think if we play this cautiously and we're trying to take this competition serious, I think if we're trying to get to number one, we're going to have to just potentially sell for a loss here. But again, we're going to give it some time. You always give your trade an opportunity. The opportunity that I'm personally looking for is a flip just right back into the opening price, which is something I think can definitely happen right now. It just takes some time, of course. But yeah, in the long run, like the next couple of days, I do think we're going to go down lower, everybody. This looks... But then again, if it just holds today and you just shoot up, today's one of those days where it can either drop out the sky or this thing is just going to break the wedge and start heading up higher. Do you all see what I'm trying to say here? That's like what type of day it is today. And you kind of did break that wedge if you really think about it. Like if you put the lines at the top like this, you've been breaking that for the past couple days here. In fact, you're almost now holding on top of it perfectly. So this is not bad at all. And then if we just put a nice little line to the downside here, or not to the downside, but like to the upside, pointing upwards. And we go for one of yesterday's lows. It hits this morning's opening price, like this morning's high. So if we're still messing with the previous range from last week, right now would be a perfect location for the market to have a nice little U shape. At least let's just say to the buying point that we had, which was right around here. So I do think that we should get into some options here. I'm looking at these $8 options for 8.6, but then again, 687s, they're still kind of far. 687 is like a run all the way up to here, which could definitely happen today. You just have to be very aggressive. And even if you're right, because it took all day, you might not even make money with those options. You know what I mean? You might have to keep averaging down consistently on them. Okay, so let's go take a look at the competition account. Again, for Euro, right now we're up $100. Let's go take a look at the Euro chart before we sell it. As you all can see, you fell from the midpoint perfectly, which is exactly where we bought in for the puts. And you're falling down right now, a little bit lower. Now, I want to use more of a horizontal range because this is diagonal, so it's a little bit harder to use, especially if everybody's following along. You might not have the same diagonal as I do. So I think what we're going to do here is we're just going to take profit. If it falls down lower, we're going to wait and then just buy back in here. Okay, for SPY, you're still bouncing on that same exact point, right? Last time you hit the 1/2 point and you ran up to the middle. This time you fell down to this point down here, which is again, what's half of the 1/2? Or you could say, since this is 1/2, yeah, so 1/2 would be 1/4, right? So you're hitting the 1/4 point perfectly. So again, you hit the 1/2 point last time, ran up to the midpoint, like another midpoint basically. And then once you got to that midpoint, you did an equal reaction above and below, but you kind of didn't fulfill the one below us. So a couple days ago when I was trading with Slug and a couple other people around like 3 a.m., I was telling them, I was just like, yo, you did not hit this line over here. So if you fall down again, I can see how next time you're going to fall and hold on this line. So it's so funny how you're doing that right now. I think one of my charts says this is a good buying point here, but we have to find out. And look at this. Gold is falling straight back down. When it hits the top of this box here, we should be able to sell out of this trade here. MCO, where's gold? MGC. We're down $70. So what are we long right now? I don't even remember. Let me see. I can't see my last buy. Am I blind? Oh no, right here. Okay, I see it now. Running up a little bit higher here. Yeah, I'm thinking we leave this alone for now. Yeah, we're going to leave that alone for a second here. Let's go back over here. Oh, wrong screen. Over here. And then let's go take a look at the ES chart real quick that I fixed up. Looks like you're holding at the bottom of this level too. Again, this is your DARP. I went ahead and made this chart look absolutely beautiful. Again, almost as beautiful as me. But just look at how good it looks now. This is last summer's monthly trend, right? So again, this is from last summer. You have this summer's, which is like right around the midpoint here. Then you have something in August and in September, right? October, you have your own trend as well. However, it's still one of the smaller ones. So what I did was I basically just doubled it on top here, but you can't see it yet because we didn't make a new high. So when we do make a new high, I'm just going to open it up and unhide it so you all can see it. I'll show you for a second here so you can tell. But yeah, so that other purple box at the top is basically what the market's going to do in the future here. So we already have all this planned going forward. I just want to see how it reacts to this box down here. That way, you know, when you run up into the high, I could tell you specifically how the market's going to react just due to the fact that I saw how you reacted down here. Again, what works in one box will work in another box as long as the other box has the same rules, right? Every box that you make has a different set of rules that you must follow. And that's pretty much it, you know? That's the reality of it, at least. All right, what we're also going to do here, because I want to have some fun. The Euro trade, again, we're up $125. I'm going to hold this still because I think you're going to make a new low. So that's going to be kind of like our power play behind the scenes is helping us out. Because I doubt they're all trading all 5 of them at the same time. I highly doubt it. They're probably only trading like 1 or 2 names. Maybe NASDAQ and SPY. Maybe gold as well. But they're not going to also be trading oil and Euro. I highly doubt it. It could be though. I'm not doubting them. But I doubt the idea that they're going to all do it, or a specific large portion of the competition, the people who are playing the competition. It's only probably going to be like 1 or 2 people, if not like 5 people, let's just say. So yeah. Don't feel like you can't get to that #1 spot is what I'm trying to tell you all. If I could see your names above mine, that's literally the only thing that would make me extremely happy. That would make me the happiest person in the world, let me tell you. If I could just see your names above mine, that's all I want, honestly. So for this, just make sure you guys try as hard as possible. All right, let's switch the account here. This is the other demo account. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to ES, and I'm going long here. Again, we got 80 contracts. This account is a demo account, which has 47,000. So what I'm looking for in terms of profit here is I'm looking for about, how much profit would I make from this? This would be about like 100 to 200,000, you could say. I think it should be around like 160 to like 200. No, maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 120, 120 to like 160, you could say. It might not be 200k. We'll see though. And again, if you perform the opposite move, we would be down, you know, basically the same amount. So we'll have to reset the account. I forgot they fill you so quickly. Yeah, they don't let you. We're gonna fill it again. If it just keeps getting dinged, it's just margin called. That's how quickly you could lose 10,000 right there, 13,000, just like that, everybody. But again, this is the demo account. All right, let's go switch into another account. Let's have everything running with trades, right? Oh, looks like we got dinged again. Let me go fill again. Just give me 1 second. So again, we finished the Top Step account. We basically finished day 2 of, you know, trying to get funded here. So now the next thing we have to do is basically, you know what's so cool about this? I love how they have the picture as to when you made your money. Like when you click this here, like it shows you what times. Like this morning we started trading around 1. So we've been up pretty much all night just planning and trading. Actually, did I knock out? I might have knocked out for a couple hours. I think I did, like right around here. I might have knocked out, yeah. But no, yeah, we finished it right there. Made 1,600. We only had to make 1,500 per day. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna pay the activation fee, which is 160 or 150, something like that. We're gonna see if we can now have this be a live account. Of course, we had to have 5 days of, you know, profit. So at 6 p.m. today, we're gonna continue trading into tonight. This whole month, I'm just letting you guys know we're gonna be trading like crazy. We're probably gonna have around maybe like 10,000, maybe like 20,000 entries. I kid you not. So just with 2 days right here back to back with a small account, that's already 50 something trades. If you add up the options, the Forex, if you add up everything in total, per day we're trading about 200 contracts or 200 entries, 200 plays, 200 ideas, about per day. If you multiply that by 20 days in a month, that equals 4,000. So a little bit less than what I said before, but yeah, around 4,000, you could say 4,000 entries by the end of this month. And we're probably gonna do more because 200 is probably our baseline. If we ramp it up, we could probably get to like 400 to 800 trades. And again, you might be thinking that's over trading. That's the first thing that might come to mind. But if you're taking notes of every single entry and you're correctly, like, kind of like a scientist, right? You're kind of like just breaking everything down, putting it on the drawing board, seeing what you could do better, seeing what you did wrong, just like how we're going to do with today's challenge. And as long as you could do that every single step of the way with all those different trades, it's going to take a lot of work, of course, but you're basically speeding up the amount of experience you need and the amount of time it's going to take you to initially get that experience. Normally, it would take a person 2 years, 3 years to really get the hang of trading. You could do it in a month if you have extreme intensity to the learning, you know? So that's kind of why I'm telling you guys to trade a lot, is because next month we're going to go a little bit lighter. We're not going to trade as aggressively. We're going to use whatever profit we made this month for next month. That's the idea. Okay, so again, we're done with one challenge. It looks like we got margin called here. So again, we're going to start going long on everything.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Oh, we're on the wrong account. No wonder. I was on the wrong account. Okay, we're up $300 on Euro. Again, we're going to take profit here. Actually, no, we're going to hold it for a second. We're going to hold that for a second. MGC, so gold's crashing, just like how we thought. I just filled on gold here, and I'm going long on gold. MGC, where are you? Look at that beautiful, look at that beautiful crash on gold right there. And then look at how Euro's following it. I might just take profit here on Euro. Yeah, we're going to take profit on Euro, and we're going to go long on Euro as well. For some reason, it's perfectly following gold here. So again, everybody, we still haven't once went negative today. We're still in the profit today. It's just very, very aggressively to the downside. So with the other plays that we have, they're basically making up for it. That's the power of trading multiple names at the same time aggressively. Even if you're going to be down on one of them, because you're so aggressively, trading both sides at the same time, because you also have margin. So it's not that you're just going to lose money, because you have something, right? And with that being said, it allows you to have at least a few opportunities to claim profit here. SPY is making a beautiful trend to the downside here. This is like a grade A reversal if it reverses here. Would be absolutely perfect. So again, we're looking for this to flip somewhere above this current area. If you look at the weekly boxes from last week, as well as from the beginning of October and the middle of October, the 1/4 point is very important, right? That's at 678.30. So 678, 30, 678, 30, whatever. You could potentially see us hold here because we still haven't hit that midpoint yet ever since you created on Tuesday of last week. Tomorrow's going to be Tuesday. So all I want to see you do is potentially either hold on the 1/4 point, or if it's going to fall straight through it, I want to see you hold on the halfway point, which is 667. Anywhere below 667, this market's definitely going to fall out the sky. But yeah, I'm thinking you're just going to hold right around here, which is about $20 from the top. Less than last time, which was a $30 drop. So we're looking for something less than last time, which is a smaller drop. And if it could hold near that, that bottom portion that we're looking for, around 660s, we could potentially buy back into the options on like a 5-day or 10-day. And your goal with a 5 to 10-day option, like when you start growing your options account, is going to be to basically, you want to start with around like 100 to 300. And you just want to trade options that are 5 to 10 days out. Now, that same day, usually every single time, because you're trading with more money, it's easier to make more money. It's kind of like a no-duh type of situation, right? But if you're trading with $200, it's very easy for you to go up $20. And if you keep taking profit with those trades, there's going to be some days where you buy into a trade with $200, $300, and instead of it going up $20 quickly, just like how the competition account is going for us right now, right? We got into a nice entry in the market. Again, we're just looking for a nice little scalp play with that morning entry at number 4 and 5 where we bought in, as well as for you to run up to the start of the gap because you filled half of it. So it was a nice plan. We were looking for something small, but the market just decided to go the opposite direction and still continue to fill the gap. So in situations like that, the one thing you want to realize is with options, that can happen at any point. So when you're trading with a small account with not that much capital and you worked very hard for that money, you just came out of your job, you work 40, 50 hours, 30 hours, regardless of how much hours you work a week. The one thing you want to realize is you have to put a lot of value into this money. Don't just throw it into the market. Don't just randomly trade something. Like last night when I was trading the futures, before I started trading, the first thing I did was I came up with 2 entries back to back. If both entries were correct, I would then start trading. It's kind of like just preparing yourself, getting yourself warmed up, you know what I mean? It's kind of like exercising before you hit the weights, right? So that's generally the idea when it comes to trading. You got to exercise the ability at first, paper trade at first, every morning. And then after you're done paper trading that morning, the next thing I want you guys to do is basically kind of slip in a real trade, you know what I mean? And be like, oh, oops, you know what I mean? I thought that was my paper account type of situation. But do that to your mental. Do that to your psyche so you're not worried or... Because think about it. That prop account, if we fell down like this, we would have got margin called on that prop account. We would have had to reset it again. But because we averaged down and we looked for something even smaller than we initially looked for, because the prop account is more important to me, honestly. It was, basically the 3rd time we've ever done this. And it's my first time going through the whole process of it. I never watched somebody on YouTube do it. So it's kind of like a fun little journey, But yeah, the prop account is definitely really, really important to me. And the fact that we did it and passed both days with just 1 loss, which, cough, cough, doesn't count as a loss. because we averaged down on it, but so be it. Let them count it as a loss. That's not going to hurt anything. In fact, now it gives us another reason to do this again with the 50K account and try to get perfect next time. So at the end of the day, it's kind of a win, you know? It's just going to make us better. That's the way I like to think about it. Whenever stuff doesn't go my way, the first thing you're going to recognize is I don't complain. I don't get worried. I don't throw a fit, because when I did that last time, you know, all those years prior when I was first learning how to trade, the one thing that used to consistently happen would basically be the market would then follow my idea. So it's kind of like I started going crazy and, you know, ripping myself apart and, you know, getting mad and over trading because I wasn't taking notes. That's the only way you can overtrade, is if you actually don't take notes, because you want to aggressively stimulate your mind. You want your mind to be able to handle 10 different things at the same time, because that's truly how you trade the best in the world. It's kind of like trading euro, gold, and all this other stuff that we're trading at the same time right now. That's the only way that you're going to get better, because then when you're only trading one name, it's kind of like a situation where you're wearing weights every single time you walk outside, and then the one time you're ready to hop in, you know, to hop in the gym, hop in the ring, it's kind of like you let all the weights off your body, and you're like, you know, hopping around, literally feeling like you could float. You feel weightless, because again, you were always being brought down by that weight, that extra training. So when it's time for you to actually try and you to make things, it's like it's time for you to make things happen, it's like perfect. It just all makes sense, really. That's the whole fun aspect of trading, I would say, is recognizing the problems that you have mentally, those patterns that one makes in their daily life, because it shows with their trades. Like all your actions that you commit to, the type of person you are, will show in how you trade. That's most certainly the case. So as long as you guys can maintain clarity, you'll be able to trade 5, 10, 20 names at the same time. I know you will. You just got to maintain clarity. Organize your room, organize your brain, organize your phone, your computer, organize your desktop, everything that you could potentially think about. Just organize it all. And as long as you could do that, I mean, yeah, little by little, you'll start noticing that you're able to actually grasp a way to, you know, move forward here, especially with the trades. All right, everybody, let's look for these cheap options now. Let's see if we can grab something for the cheap account, because we're still trading with the $4 account. Every day we basically start another $4 account. We have basically 20 accounts that we need to take from $4 to $1 million. So that's going to be basically $20 million. That's one of our goals, one of our challenges that we have internally in the Discord here, that I'm actually building right now. Last night I almost finished it, but I got to fix that damn Excel thing. I wish I knew how to use Excel. I'm not that good with it, honestly. So it just makes things a little bit harder when I'm trying to make stuff for everybody. But hey, I don't do a bad job at it, right? It's not that terrible, the way I organize this stuff. It's just mad hard for me to learn how to use it, because I'm not watching YouTube videos. I'm just kind of clicking everything until I figure out just something. But yeah, let's go back to the reversal chart. Let's see where you're at. Jinx, can you please get back over here? I don't know why she always goes over there and starts drinking the cat like water. I know I got water inside there for you. No, yeah, literally. I poured half my water bottle for you. Leave her stuff alone. Alrighty, everybody. Yeah, you're at a midpoint down here. I can see you running up to at least 682.90 again. That looks beautiful. This trend that we're getting today is fantastic for the competition, let me tell y'all. Because if this is the first move, think about it. We just passed the first hour today. If the whole day is going to be like this, oh my goodness. This is going to be amazing. So we're done with this now. We could take this off screen. Let's put this to the side here. We don't have to keep talking about it. Let's stare at these. You know what? Let's buy some options late. Let's test ourselves. Are you guys down with that? Let's buy something late and let's see how we can handle the situation. Oh yeah, on the gold account, we're up $1,500 right now. Let me take a nice picture of that. So I might sell that now. We're long on gold on our futures accounts on Webull. If I show you guys where gold is currently at, you'll understand why we're currently long. So let me just show you that first, so we're not bouncing from thing to thing later on. That is that. Let's go over here. Gold. Oh shit. Wait a second. I gotta go over here. And then we gotta go to here. Click the blue one. Nope. Red one. Go to gold. So basically we're long down here on gold from a couple days ago. And we're trying to basically play for a new high. That's the goal right now. So we're up 1,500. If I continue to hold this and you run up to a new high, just with $1,000, this account is going to be at around, I mean, think about it. I'm already up 1,000, right? If you run up to the top here, I'm probably going to be up around 5, 6K on just one gold trade. That's it. Like, that's it. And it's MGC. Yeah, literally, it's MGC. It's micro. It's not even the actual gold. If this was actually gold, this would probably be up around maybe like 10,000. Not actually more. If you had 10K and you put it into actual gold, right now you would probably be up maybe like 15K. Yeah, you would be up around 15. Because I remember we had a move like this last time, a couple months ago, and we ended up making a crazy amount. We weren't trading MGC at the time though. We were trading like regular gold. So if I go ahead and switch to that chart real quick, I'll remember when we look at it here. I just can't remember it over there, honestly. Okay, so that crazy trade that we had on gold where we were up 15K, we basically, oh yeah, right here. Look at that. So look, from here to here, that's $15,000. If you have 10K, you can make 15K with just this big of a move. So basically just a 40-point move, you would be up around 15,000 with 10K. So if I take this box and I throw it over here, let's go steal this real quick. If you go down here, I'm pretty sure you guys could tell. Look at this. That's 15K. So you would be up 15, 30. You would be up 45,000 right now. Oh my God. So that's crazy. If you were trading the actual gold instead of the micro, which is what we're trading right now. The reason why it's because obviously trading something that costs less actually basically equates to you trading something that's slower. Does that make sense? So again, trading something that costs a smaller price usually equates to a slower thing. If I could trade the same thing, which is SPY and SPX is going to go up 1,000%, 100%, but SPY is only going to go up 100%, but is more consistent, I'm just going to trade SPY. That's personally me. In the beginning, yeah, I was that lunatic that would just trade SPX, but the only thing that did to me was inflate my imagination as to how money is made. It made me make so much money that I, in fact, started thinking about money differently, and I started messing up. And if I would have just maintained structure at the time and did things slower, I would have been able to kind of catch myself as I was falling. But because I was just moving too quickly, there was no catching nothing. It was straight to the top and then straight to the bottom. Real quick. So to make sure you guys don't do that, I've put in certain measures where we don't trade certain things, so it reduces your likelihood of basically getting to that point where you're just burnt out and you can't trade no more. It's the same thing with the micros. If we're going to trade futures, which is something that's already, insanely, crazy, the amount of money you could make with futures, think about that. I only put $1,000 into this gold trade. It's a small trade. And I promise you I bought it at a bad time. I promise you I did. But that's the beauty of it. You don't always have to be perfect. As long as you're near the range of being right every single time, well, I mean, therefore you're good, Jinx, get off the stairs. down the stairs like she's a child. I don't want her to flip. But yeah, the amount of money you can make with futures, because there's no PDT restrictions, there's no, open interest, there's no IV crush, there's none of this nonsense. That's why I honestly, at this point right now, I've realized that I traded and I taught you guys how to trade the hardest market in the world, which is options. Options is by far the hardest thing in the world. That's my final conclusion of all markets. It's options at the top, futures secondary. Next is going to be Forex, then crypto, and then stocks. Just like that. Stocks is by far the easiest thing to trade. By far. All you got to do is, research a couple of things. For instance, stuff that's revolving around space, stuff that's revolving around bioengineering, solar panels and, energy, oil, renewables. You can also just search up what the politicians are signing bills for. You know what I mean? And if you just literally follow them, yeah. But I don't like following people. I kind of want to follow what I think is going to happen in the future. Like what I'm trying to predict, right? And what I'm trying to predict is one of the greatest market crashes of all time, right? I'm talking about worse than '08. And if the market keeps running like this, you're hitting those limits, you're hitting those limit breakers. It's kind of like you're sounding the alarm. And thing after thing, it's starting to break very slowly. For instance, the bond market is at its lowest level for like the last 60 years. Like it's been literally falling for the past couple months so much that this is by far the longest in history. Made a new record. It's little things like that. The European market in the sky. Gold is in the sky. There's certain things that if it flips very quickly and they all do it at the same time, I promise you the world is going to, change within a matter of a month. Just like what happened with COVID. It's going to be a similar situation. I feel like that's what's going to happen next. Which means the market, when it bounces and it pings back and forth, you know what I mean? When it's like back down here, then runs up $10, back down $30, runs up $15, back down $60. The only way you guys are going to prepare for that is if you guys have been listening to my advice and creating these bigger DARP charts. That's it. That's the only way. Because eventually, when the market starts moving very quickly, it's going to start steamrolling everybody. Let me tell ya. Okay, so let's go look at our account here. All right, everybody. So as you can all see, we're up 75 now on Euro. And then on gold, we're currently up 217. Now we're up 100 on Euro. So again, this stuff is keeping us in play. Let me tell ya. Now we're up $1,000 basically. So again, we started with 25K. We're up 1,000 already. You might be like, how am I up 1,000 when I'm down 600 on this one play? It's because I've already taken around $700 of profit. Meaning me being down one time on one play that much is not bad at all. In fact, if you count all the profit we took already, we're basically we're still up a very good amount. As long as I'm up about above $1,000 by 11:30, we should be able to still take the number one spot. Because people are going to start slowing down by the afternoon. Especially if the market's not moving nowhere. And guess what? Who trades a market that's insanely slow, that's not moving nowhere? Us. This group here. The slower the market, the better we trade, because that's exactly how I taught everybody. And the reason why I taught everybody the slowest market first is because if you know it's the slowest and then you know it's the fastest, like a $60 day or, like a $30 day in one day, which is what we got a couple days ago on SPY. So if you know it's the smallest, which is like a $2 day, and then you know it's the fastest, which is like a $30 day, let's say, you can therefore then say, it's going to be like how likely is a $15 day, let's say. So let's just say out of 250 days in a year, a $60 day happens once, right? So in a whole time of just 1 year, 360 days, 250 trading days, the SPY only moves $60 at least once, let's just say. With $30, it moves twice. With $15, let's just say it moves 10 times. So you have 10 different $15, trends throughout the year, let's just say. That means $7 you're going to have way more. $7 you would have at this point, like this last year, I believe $7 was one of the most consistent things that I've watched. In fact, we already broke it down. The trend every single day had. We just got to look at it again because we did it like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. That's when we did the chart. But no, yeah, it's insane. It's beautiful. Let me tell you, it's amazing. It's literally everything I could have ever dreamed for in terms of structure. Now we had to execute, which is one of the harder things to do, of course, but I know we'll be able to do it perfectly. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of us not getting burnt out, which means don't make too much money too quickly, and at the same time, be able to make a little something so that you're not wasting your time, having to ruin your life or the things that are going on behind, right? Because I did that. Honestly, I did that. And a lot of people do that. Like when I made 100K my first month options trading while only being 21 years old, that shit scarred me. Because my whole idea and concept of money was inflated. I was just playing a bullish market. I was mostly playing calls. I was playing puts. I was making money both ways at the same time. I was trading 5 to 10 day options. Not a single 0 day. Every single time I would trade a 5 to 10 day option. And the company that I made the most money on around that time was Tesla, Nvidia, then SPY. So that's how I basically profited. I was trading multiple names at the same time. If something would be down, I would literally just be like, all right, I'll stop looking at this. Let me look at something else. Let me just hold it. Set it and forget it, right? That's what I was trying to follow. Because what I thought was, why am I going to be scared and have a stop loss and always have to deal with me being, at a disadvantage? Even if I'm right, why am I giving myself a disadvantage and putting a stop loss? No, if I'm right, just put a cheap amount of money, cheap trade, small amount of contracts, 1 or 2. And if I'm wrong, so be it. But if I'm right, with just a cheap contract, you could sell that contract for 300%, 400%. And then screw it. Use the whole amount. It's a cheap contract anyways. Meaning if you turn $30 to 90, screw it. Just use the whole 90 the next day. Don't use it the same day because going on into the later half of every day, it always becomes harder to trade. So every single day the trends move slower is what I'm saying. Now, if you use my technicals and my styles, of course, you're not going to have a tough time. It's going to be pretty easy for you. But for most people, like just coming into this, just starting, just getting the hang of it, just trying to get your foot in the door, the first thing I would tell you is start with one thing at a time. So whether it's futures, options, doesn't matter what you want to trade, what you want to do. Futures is where you're going to make the most money. However, you kind of need some money to start with, So what I want you guys to do here is start with options, which is harder. It is harder. However, load up your options account, start with $100 to $200, and I promise you guys, if you literally take 17% per day, you're going to beat my record of turning 3K to 100K in a month, which I've already broken now. But let's just say the 21-year-old me, that should be everybody's first goal, is to break that record, because you can't expect yourself to be better than me unless you can actually take 3K to 100K. And I know you guys could do it. I'm not trying to use that as I'm better type of thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is if my dumbass did that when I was 21 and there was no structure, and now I'm teaching you guys structure, you guys should be able to easily blow me out the water. 100%. And again, it starts and it matters when you actually tell yourself, all right, today's the day. Today's the day. I know I had the losses. I might have lost, let's just say there's a couple people that I know that lost 50K, 100K, 300K. The first thing you do is, yes, acknowledge your losses. Take notes, break them down. But I'm talking about your mental. When you're about to trade, forget about all that. There's no point. When I lost 100K a couple months after, I was never thinking about 100K. Besides, I was just like, damn, I should have took out some money and paid off my car or took a vacation or something. That's pretty much the only thing I said. But other than that, I never really got too upset with my ability. It was more so upset with my decision making. Like, why wasn't I snapping into it? Why wasn't I getting things done? Why wasn't I doing the notes, doing the charting? But again, let's say if you guys do this, The first thing you tell yourself is, all right, forget all the losses. I wasn't taking notes. I'm not going to remember it. So be it. From here on out, I'm going to take stuff serious. Meaning for the next 5 days, I want to see how good I could really do if I really try. Do the charts, get everything done, make that shit look as beautiful as possible. You guys saw me. I've been literally fixing these charts since, 5 a.m., 4 a.m.? Non-stop. And, who cares about me not needing to do it no more? That's not what this is about. I will put my heart and soul into being able to make these charts better for you guys, so you guys can have an opportunity to do well here. That matters the most in the world to me, Because if it's not you guys, who's going to be next to me, Who's going to be around me? Who am I going to teach? So yeah, I really want you guys to grow with me. It's not one person to the top, it's the whole entire team. The whole ship is going straight to the top. And of course, those people who are going to fall off and not be able to keep up with us, not because they can't, but because they chose not to, they're going to naturally fall off. I just need you guys to understand you got to go as fast as possible. As long as you move quickly and you move as fast as the SPY does, or let's just say you're SPX. If you can move like SPX when you're trading SPY, and you know that fast move, you know how to go from area to area, you know what's scary and what's risky and what you shouldn't do. The first thing I want you all to realize is your life is basically changed at that moment. So, again, what I'm trying to say here is for the next couple days, if you guys really want to do this, and you guys really want to take this serious, and you really want to change your life, you really want to make a crazy amount of money, I'm talking about a life-changing amount of money, not a few hundred here and there. Because, again, it's nice to be repetitive, consistent, and turn this into a job, which is what I've done. It's nice to do that. It's fun. But I want you guys to get hit with that first blast like how I did, because that's what literally fueled my want to actually build more charts, to do more things, to try more. It was just because, I kid you not, just because I had that first 100K that I hit. If it wasn't for me hitting 100K the first time, I probably would have never taken this serious, honestly. So, yeah. Imagine you guys that are taking this serious. You're going to steamroll me. But that's what I want. That's what I want to see. That's what basically will make me the most happiest, All right, so what is this right here? 6E, we're going to close this position. We're up $230. At the same time, everybody, we are going to go short on this. So, again, you're right back at the midpoint. That's the reason why I just ran up to the same level again. Just with trading the European market, because we had that prepared, look at how everybody else started slowing down with making money on SPY, and we're already catching up to them. I was number 600 in the world. Then I went to number, I think, 3,000. So I was minus 3,000. And right now, I'm already 85. Just with trading names that people, normally don't trade, you could say. And I'm not trying to say this, again, to speak from a high horse or to speak from an area where I'm trying to act better. I'm saying this for you guys to see that it's possible. For you guys to do the same thing and do it better than me. 100%. That's the only thing you should be thinking about. Is the fact that you can do it better than me, because I'm giving you everything I know. If you want to reward me, change your life. Change your life, take yourself serious, stop self-sabotaging, right? Take yourself serious. Plan. It takes 30 minutes of planning for you to actually never have to do something ever again. Oh my God, I forgot to sell the gold trade. I didn't sell gold. We were up $1,500 there. Now we're only up $900. We're just going to let it rock for a second. I was going to take profit and then buy back in again, basically. But it's basically fallen to the level that, I was going to buy back in. So there's kind of no point. Sometimes that happens. That's why you can't forget. You got to you got to give yourself a damn little timer or like a little note on your phone. Like I tend to have my iPad on the side and then I'll write down whatever trades I got into so I don't forget, as well as with what account. But yeah, it's okay. We've been getting into so many different trades. It's actually been a little bit hard for me to catch up with everything. Which, the reason for that, it's probably because I'm not planning but as well as I could be, you know? I'm telling you guys, I will self-reflect the hardest in the world if I have to. If that's what's going to give me my answer and get me to my goal and make me accomplish my dreams, I don't care what it takes. If me being wrong was the causation of a problem, let me figure that out first. You know? And I feel like that's why I started doing so well when it comes to trading, was just because of that one idea. I'm not trying to hide and masquerade behind, you know, a loss and be like, you know, it's this person's fault, or it's Pal's fault, or it's always going to be another person's fault. That's always going to be the case. But if you could prepare properly with the charts, the first thing I started realizing was it doesn't matter whose fault it is. You're making money off of everybody. Doesn't matter what's going on. So yeah, it's one of my favorite parts. All right, everybody. So we went short on Euro right there, and you blasted up to the next King's Point level. So this is another put area in case you guys want to buy puts. Let's actually go look at our Euro account real quick and see if we could buy puts on Owanda real quick. Go, 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 go. Again, everybody, we're up $1,000 somehow. We still have not went negative at all today. All right, we're going to full port with the Euro account. We're going to throw 5K into it. Again, everybody, we're going to full port on the Euro account. Actually, is it? Yeah. We're going to full port here. So we're going to buy a short, and we're going to hold this for a couple minutes. We're looking for maybe... I know this is going to reverse here. So this is going to want to run to the upside. But again, I'm just looking for a tiny little, you know what I mean? Tiny little something, something. Some lunch. A little bit of change. All right, so we're short here at King's Point. We're looking for a tiny bit of change. Usually, these levels don't normally get hit. This is like more of an extreme. So that's the reason why I full ported there. Because it's one of the best levels to actually buy puts at. I'll explain after we sell the trade, but... just remind me. I kind of want to have you see it, let it occur, and then I'll explain it when it occurred. Okay, so on SPY, you're running up here, everybody. It looks like you fell straight down to 6 and 7, and whenever this happens, because this has been starting to happen a lot the last couple months, the first thing I want you all to realize, if it yanks back above number 4, you could potentially now run straight up to number 5 here, to the opposite way, which is 689. So if the SPY gets stimulated, if you get bought up today, it's going to be running up between 686 and 689. That's the extreme level. Anywhere above 689, we have a problem. Because that thing might just keep running into the sky till like 690, 694. Because I thought the market was going to crash at 684, honestly. But it seems like, let me see. Let me go look at 684 again. I kind of forgot what happened there. So when you hit 684, yeah, you just held on top of it, but then you fell after a couple days. So 684 was a good level to buy puts at, as you could tell, right? Because you still fell down past 684, so you went in the money with those options, even though you had to basically be down for like 3 days. But no, yeah, you still would have made money there. And then you filled this gap, and then look at what you're doing right here. You see like this garbage price action here to the side? That's why I'm saying, like, if this thing holds because of yesterday, because that low was so close to the day before it, Thursday and Friday, I was just like, yeah, all right, if you go lower than Friday, I could see this market crashing. But if it just goes and stops near the same low, this is kind of like a bow, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like doing this right here. Right? You know what I mean? So what we could do here is just play with that. Just keep getting calls and puts, calls and puts, calls and puts as it's running up higher. That's one of my favorite ways to trade any market, especially SPY. Same thing with the futures. However, since with the futures account, we kind of finished our goal for today. Not to bring it up again, but we finished the prop firm account today. So just in 2 days, we managed to make $3,100 with a single loss, which shouldn't count as a loss, but it just does because they don't count you averaging down. Meaning if you bought something and then average down and then everything else is profitable and you hit your target, if that last thing is not profitable, if you don't pass that point where you bought that same contract at that one moment, you basically are negative, which kind of sucks, but it's all good. So again, we finished this today. At 6 p.m. tonight, we're going to keep trading because we need to at least have 5 days where we're perfectly green, not counting the 2 days that we passed the first challenge with. So maybe by Monday of next week, the 10th, since we just got to make 150 per day. The one thing I'm going to tell you guys, though, is I'm going to be a little nut with this. And I want to show you guys how much money you could really make. Again, I'm limited right now because I can't make a certain amount because I don't want to have them put, like, basically if you pass and you're too good at this, what they'll do is they'll make your target higher for you to get a live account. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to, do the baseline, whatever's the easiest. And then once I get a live account, we're going to go absolutely insane with this. We're going to be making at least 15, 20K a day. Just within the next week. After that's done, you could say from the 10th to the 28th, if we trade every single day with this prop firm account, and we can make at least, let's just say we start making 20K, the second week of November, by the third and fourth week, I know for a fact if we keep aggressively pushing, meaning every night charts, every night we fixing stuff, I'm talking about nobody's going out on the weekends. I'm talking about no drinking, no smoking, no nothing. Just straight charts. Just straight doing what we got to do here. I know for a fact that we can make at least 300K by the end of the month with just this one account. Factor in the options, factor in the other futures account, factor in Euro. And as you could tell, we're going to have a beautiful, beautiful holiday season. So if you guys really want to learn this and you guys are really trying to, again, get this thing, this thing in order, start setting up these one-on-ones with me, right? Tell me what times you could talk. Ask me as many questions as possible. And that's it. That's all you could do, I don't want to force you to think that you have to do a lot of work because it's not. It's easy. It's just, you got to be consistent. That's it. So, all right, everybody? I need you all hitting that next target, that next goal, that next level that's pretty much stopping 80 to 90% of us here. As long as we could break through that and we could start making some good capital, 5,000, 10,000 a day from the options, plus 20K a day from the futures, plus maybe like another 1,000 or 500 from the Forex. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to have a really fun year next year. Let me tell y'all. Because remember, we're also going to start traveling. We're going to start a traveling tour, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why I'm saying this now is because I'm just trying to remind everybody what we're doing the next couple weeks here. And also because I'm about to take a little nice break. We made plenty of profit today. We're just going to let all these trades ride out. If we get a nice flip here, we should be able to at least breach up into the top 5 again. But yeah, we're just waiting. That's pretty much it. But yeah, next year we're going to be doing a trading tour where every single month for at least 3 days to a week, we're going to be in a whole different area, location, place, wherever it may be. We start to plan it though. And it's better for us to buy the tickets now because it's going to be way cheaper, 3 months, 6 months ahead of time. So yeah. And then while we're at these locations, we're going to have a bunch of challenges and goals, right? One of the goals, of course, is going to be to make that money back that we spent on the trip or that we spent like on the plane and hotel. And a bunch of other stuff, of course. But yeah, as long as we could do this every single month, we'll probably go to 12 different locations around the world. If not, maybe we'll go to more. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I kind of want to go to Hawaii in January. So I think that's going to be the first location I bring everybody to. And it all relies on the profit that we make in November, of course. So as long as we can make good profit in November, as long as we can start making 5,000 a day, 10,000 a day across the board, which is every member in this Discord, because that's the most important thing to me is that everybody's going to the top together. Why? because there's so much money in this market, there's a piece for everybody. There really is. So if we can help each other get to that level and build great relationships along the process of it, the journey, I'm saying, if we can have a journey that's unparalleled, you know, something extremely just fun and well thought out, we can all get to that same level very, very easily. Especially if you combine different ideas and concepts, you get there even faster. But yeah, that's pretty much the idea here. Do we have our own portfolio? Pretty much, yeah, across the market, just depending on what you're referring to. Like, is it futures? Is it Forex? Is it crypto? Is it just stocks? We don't really have too many long-term stocks, honestly. We're waiting for the market, which is SPY, to crash. And that's pretty much it. Crypto, we don't have that much either, by the way. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We do have a lot of long-term leaps, though. Like options. Like 6 months, 12 months, 2 years. But that, of course, is all posted on the Discord because there's so many different trades all over the place. So many different, you know, what do you call them? Like markets, like Forex, futures, crypto. It's very hard to organize it all. But yeah, that's why we created all the other Discords, by the way. Just to make it a little bit easier for everybody to track down, you know? So, how's everybody doing? How we doing over there? Ladies and gentlemen, how's your day so far? Oh, I forgot. We can hop into a late SPY option. I kind of want to hop into puts right now, though. This looks like you're going to fall from here and fall right back down to number 5. But if you hold here, we could get an aggressive push to the upside, which means, let me check the options real quick. By the way, we're down $60 on the 5K account on Euro. Our first goal is going to be to sell this for like 300 to like 900. And we're playing the short side, so we're playing the downside on Euro. Which I do believe we're playing the... Actually, let me check this real quick before I forget. Yeah, we're playing the downside on Euro. Okay. You did go up a little bit higher, though. So you went up to King's Point. Oh, yeah, you've been stuck here pretty much. Perfect. And then MCL. Let's take a look at this real quick before we take our break. MCL, which is basically gold, right? No, this is oil. We're up $100 on oil, everybody. There we go. We're going to keep holding this. Oil is going to be the one secret play that helps save us. I'm telling you, mark my words. It's going to be like a buzzer beater, you know? Like 20 minutes away from the market closing, boom. Imagine oil's just up like 1,000. We could scalp it and take profit here because this was up 30, then it went down to minus 20, then it went up to 100. It probably did it a bunch of times in here. But I'm thinking you're going to go up a little bit more than this. So in terms of like the middle section of the trend, I think we could wait a little bit longer before we start scalping like back and forth, back and forth. Because as I'm starting to pay attention to the SPY and us being down, of course, because we bought in around number 3 to number 4. That was when we basically were buying into the trade on SPY. So if you just stop here and you just fall down, we are going to be down on the competition account, of course. However, if you hold here and you blast up to the top, we should be able to claim the top 5. That's what's on the line right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure we have a great day. So the next thing we're going to do here is watch this as it falls here, and I want to hop into a call. So again, I want to hop into a call here. Jinx, how you doing? How you doing, Missy? Oh, hell yeah. 686 calls in now $10. There we go. How about a 685? How much is it right now? $23. Let's get a 685 call. We could wait a little bit longer, though. That's the only... Actually, let's get it right now. Everybody buy it. Go, 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 go. Don't overthink it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. We'll pay the repercussions of it. For now, though, get into the trade. Again, we're long with a 685 call. If we need to average down, we will do so. However, for right now, we just got a single one. $24 each, by the way. Alrighty. Keep the train going, everybody. Keep the train going. We gotta get into the next trade soon. That's crazy. We played the same contract on Friday. That was our 9th trade that we profited. That's wild. We were buying it for $94 each in the morning. Now we're buying the same thing for $24 each. That's crazy. So again, everybody, the calls that we just bought into for SPY, those calls are already up 18%. So you're up 18% on those calls. 22% now. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? You could potentially put your stop losses and get into a put to play the opposite side now. So let's go ahead and post this. Let's tell everybody. Again, that was a quick little trade. That was a little nibble. With SPX, you would probably make about 2 times the same amount that we made with SPY. So like, let's just say you had an SPX contract. You would have to spend a lot of money though. That's the only problem. So you would pay like 300 and you would have probably sold it right there for like 360, 380. What's good, Georgie? You said you've been watching for a while and you would like to join the group to learn the methods. Do I just join and reach out to you about more details? I mean, you pretty much would find the details on like the YouTube header. I think that's what they call it. So like when you click the YouTube link, I have no idea. Actually, let me check. I forgot if they show you that actually. Okay, so whenever you're trying to figure out like any discords or anything that we're basically doing with like Patreons and stuff like that, we have the link right here for the main Discord, of course. But depending on what, because I'm not too sure what you're looking for, right? So depending on what playlist of kind of like trades you're looking for, I would go into the post section and see if these are the communities you would like to look at. Because you have options, Forex, crypto, and then you have futures. So yeah, just take a look at whatever you think is worth it, wherever you want to start at. Send me a text on Discord, and we'll start the process. Process is easy. I tend to not go too hard on people in the beginning, but it's definitely going to be a little time consuming. So just make sure you have some time, as well as make sure you have a goal in mind in terms of how much profit you want to make. Like, let's just say you make $1,000 per week with your job. With trading, you might want to be like, all right, I just want to, at least for now, start making at least like $50 to $200, let's say. So we'll come up with a plan of action so that you're consistently making that on a weekly, if not monthly schedule. And yeah, that's pretty much all. Just plan. All right, everybody. So the first goal right now today is basically we went long, we got puts in the morning. We told everybody the market was going to fall and drop and potentially fill half the gap, if not the whole gap. When you filled half of it, we sold our short and then went long. And then with the prop account down here at number 4, we basically went long and then we kind of had a little loss for like a couple minutes. But then when you see how you yank down right here, we averaged down into the trade right around here. If you guys replay the video, you'll see around like the same time. We averaged down into the trade, and then the second it bounced up back to number 4, we basically sold out of the prop account. So we made money with one account, took profit, secured it, ran away. And then for the other account, we're still long at number 3 to 4. And what we're looking for is you to run up to number 1 up here. That's pretty much it. If you get above number 1, you're going to do something ridiculous. So that's kind of what we're also looking for as well. Are we going to shimmy and shake and fall out the sky, ladies and gentlemen? Or are we going to still make new highs? Find out in the next episode. So again, everybody, do you see how you getting into an option late could still yield good results, like with the call that we were talking about with SPY a couple minutes ago? That's the beauty of it. It's kind of like you're literally playing with the market like it's a game. You know what I mean? And it feels so good to be able to be at a point and at a level where it's consistent. Because when I first started this, I didn't even know where to start. I didn't know what to look for. I didn't know, what news report was important. What the hell does PPI mean and FOMC? And you know what I'm saying? It's just too much information in the beginning. And it's going to drive you crazy. Now, if you could kill the noise and remove all that noise, the first thing you're going to start noticing is that your performance is, for some reason, above average. That's the first thing you're going to realize. So if you stop paying attention again to news reports, to bills and all this other stuff, just don't pay attention to news in the beginning. Don't look at none of that. The first thing you want to do is just fix your charts. Now, you could use indicators, let's just say. 200 moving average, EMAs, VWAP, VRVP indicator, the volume profile thing, right? You have a whole bunch of indicators that you could use that maintain a good amount of, repetitive profit that's consistent. They just always contain that type of profit, right? And as long as you can focus on those areas, like number 4, number 5, you see how you have a bunch of consolidation here, but then you went straight through number 2 and 3. As long as you could focus on 4 and 5 on the reversal points, you're always going to be fine. I kid you not. You're going to be not just fine, you're going to be perfect. So that's one of the reasons why I want to show you guys you could buy late. It's not just because we missed it, which is sometimes how a trade goes. But it's because sometimes you don't get the best buy when you're first buying into it. So sometimes the entry is one of the hardest things to do or to get. And then, of course, the execution upon the exit is the next thing. That's the only thing you have to focus on, is how you buy, where you buy, and how you sell and where you're going to sell before it happens. Don't just, do what most people do, which is think on the fly. Because then you're not going to really yield results that are, 1, encouraging for you to continue, and 2, you're just going to start straining your brain. You're just going to pretty much just kill all your motivation, honestly. That's what I've seen happen to so many students. They'll make 10,000 one day, lose 10,000 the next. Make 5,000 one day, lose 12,000 the next. Make 30,000 in 2 weeks, lose 40,000 in, a day. Like, it's so all over the place. And it's not their fault. It's because this is the one thing that actually, actively, truthfully gauges your ability. Meaning, if you're wrong, and you're wrong. That's pretty much it. If you're right, you're right. If you have an ability to teach, if you have an ability to trade, it's going to shine. You're going to see it very quickly. So if you don't have the ability to trade, what's going to get you to that level? That's the first thing you should be thinking. Like, you're a problem solver, That's the only way you should be thinking when you're trading. Because I'm telling you, it's just problems. News and events and the bond market and the euro market running up and gold, and it's just everything has problems. So you shouldn't concern yourself with that stuff no more. What you should do here, everybody, like I said before, make enough money with the YouTube. Once you make enough money with the YouTube and you have a proper safety net, the next thing you want to look for is you to be able to potentially book a one-on-one, right? Tell me what times you're available, what times you're not. We'll have a consistent weekly schedule where we're talking at least 30 minutes to 2 hours. per meeting. And whatever problems you have, we'll fix them within one meeting. That's how much time, we'll have, honestly. And even if we need to go above the time, it's no problem with me, by the way. I have no problem with that. Some people, I be on the phone with them for 6 hours, 8 hours on the weekends or, after the market's done, just to ensure that the material in terms of what's consistent, you know what I mean? Making 100% per day, making 50% per day, 20%, whatever their goal is. Because I work off of a person's goal. There's no need for us to randomize it. If we can work off of what people's goals are, we can have a similar situation where even though people learn differently, I'm able to actually proficiently teach them all independently, and it basically allows us to all get to the same level at the same time, even though everybody learns differently and at different paces. Like, learning that has been one of the toughest things ever for me. But we're doing a really good job at it, let me tell you. We have a lot of brilliant people in this Discord that absolutely, knock things out the park. And it's amazing to see, but I want to go further with you guys. I think we could take this to the next level. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now, is refining and creating such a good group of traders that we literally shock the world. Because that will sound like a fun little, superhero story. And that's what I've always wanted to be. Come on now. I'm going to be childish because, again, being childish to a certain extent gives stuff life, It makes stuff fun. Especially when you're dealing with this type of money and this type of nonsense, It's just like, the only thing you can do is just make things fun. So people are losing some profit here. MCL. So we're up 117 on oil now. On MNQ, we are... So we basically went... Let me see. Was that around the same time? Yeah, I'm on the 1 hour. No wonder. Okay, so on the 1 minute here, we can all see how, again, we bought here, sold here. We were looking for another little scalp right down here. Did we only buy one? Can we buy another one? MNQ? Oh no, I have 3 of them. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, we can't buy another one. I tried. But yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty good. Again, the trade is going against us, but we're looking for the mid half of today. We're looking for the afternoon session. This is pretty much the only trades that are going against us right now, at least. Futures. Let me check the gold trade. And roger that, Georgie. Yeah, so for futures, we started to really get into that recently, like the last 2 months. And what we basically did was we waited about 3 to 4 years before we traded futures until we perfected everything for stocks. So once we found an actual trading style which was working consistently, if it worked for stocks, my thought was, since most of the market activity is all computers anyways, with futures it's probably even more so, just like with Forex. You could tell there's more computers because there's more like really odd like ranges of price movement. Normally people don't buy like that. So yeah, it's like these weird little aspects that when you actually look at it with a greater lens, it makes it so much easier and so much more fun, because it's kind of like you're trading everything at the same time, But yeah, for the last 2 months, we finally started futures trading. We started the prop account, and we just passed the first stage, which is like the $3,000, and we only had one loss, so it wasn't too bad. Could have been a little bit better, of course, but we'll take it for now for a start. And yeah, we're gonna use the prop account to teach everybody how to trade futures, because with a prop account you only need $50 to start it, and then if you can have just a steady stream of just profitable trades, yeah, you can literally go from having nothing, and just with you paying $200, $50 to activate the account initially, and then when you pass the first challenge, you have to pay another 150 to get a live account. Once you do all that and you finish all the challenges, yeah, you're going to be making in, bringing in like 5, 10, 15K a day on profit. Because that's just like one trade, If you're trading more money or you're having more trades throughout the day, yeah, you can make 100K, 300K, 400K throughout a day with just 10,000. We've done it many times, honestly. And the first thing I've recognized is it's like a psychological boundary, the 100K mark. So when you're at 25K, your goal is not really to flip it. Your goal is to really get from like 25 to like 28, 29. So if you're going to full port, one, it's dangerous. You can have a moment where you're down like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So that's the risky part. But if you could full port and just always use the scalps as a means of getting consistent trades, what you're going to oftentimes find is just with you trading normally, with you not even going for something that's, crazy, let's just say, just you doing something that's regular, you're going to make so much capital that in terms of time management, you're going to have 90% of your day available versus trading options. So trading options, you need to kind of watch it a little bit more. Same thing with the futures. You honestly do need to watch it, because you can get margin called for any quick move. But that's one of the reasons why I don't like trading during the day futures. I like more so trading futures like after hours, like from like 6 to like 4 a.m. It tends to be like really, really good trades, like really good scalps. And yeah, that's pretty much what I could tell you about futures so far, at least what we're doing in the group. And then next month, the goal is going to be to at least have 5 people become a funded trader. That's my main goal. So far, we have 2 students from the Discord who became a funded trader, but not referring to those students, I want another 5 people on top. And that will make me extremely happy. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, that's my Christmas present from you guys to me. I need at least 5 of you to get funded. Whatever you need, whatever resources, whatever. You have no active seconds. Log out. Okay. Welcome to the Top Step experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we've upgraded our technology. What the hell is all this? Do I have to sign in again? Start trading a combine. Let me go ahead and sign into this. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see if they're going to give me a certificate. I think I had to wait for me to pay for the activation fee. I think that's what I had to wait for. All right, everybody. So the market is slowing down here. This is beautiful. If this keeps going for at least another 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, meaning if you don't run up in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to take a little break here. We're going to pop back on. I'm going to grab some food. But if we don't run back up here, by the time I get back, we're just going to sell everything for a loss. And we're going to scalp the living life out of the market so that we can go back to number 1. Because if we could just aggressively scalp, I'm telling you guys, we could make 5, 10, 20K today. All we need is at least 1 hour. Every 5-minute candle is going to be at least $100 to $300. So as long as we can have 1 hour, 30 trades, 40 trades, we'll be all right. As well as if the market just runs up right now, then we'll need less, It'll kind of, honestly, I kind of want the market to go down. I kind of want them to give us a harder challenge. Because if we just run up, we're literally going to go back to number 1. Unless everybody got out of their positions, But that's the thing is, when you're scalping, just like how we did in the morning, you risk having to deal with the problem that we had. And what problem did we have, ladies and gentlemen? It was the fact that we don't really have an ability to average down. So you're kind of stuck. If you get into entry, basically. Which means, yeah, if they start scalping and the market makes a random explosion somewhere, what's going to occur, of course, is just simply a lot of people are going to lose a lot of profit. And that's what I'm looking for right now. I guess it's mean to say. I hope these guys have their charts done, technicals done. I hope they're not just randomly full porting. And as long as they're not, we should be able to have a good competition here. I just want this to be fun. I want us all to learn a valuable lesson. I want us to all take notes. We got to treat this stuff like it's, you know, like life or death. And as long as we can do that every single time, and the growth in terms of your knowledge can be consistent, you know, every single day you could push yourself a little bit more than the last day, you'll start noticing that when it comes time for you to trade an easy market, meaning when there's nothing that's really risky or nothing that's, you know, going to set you back, when it's time to trade with an account size like that, you're going to start, you know, shooting out into the sun. You're going to start touching the stars. And the reason why is because, like I told you all before, it's the concept of putting weight on yourself and then releasing that weight when it's time for you to actually test yourself. And right now, we're just in the trade. We're just in the passenger seat. In fact, we've been in the passenger seat for an hour on the competition account. And one of the reasons is just simply because we're looking for one move. So if by a certain time you don't get that move, you just kill the contract. Even if it happens the next hour, who cares? Because now it's starting to hit the number where it's just like, all right, you've been down here for 30 minutes, an hour. If this does not get bought up here, you're just going to continue falling out the sky. And we're just going to set ourselves back even more. Right now, we're not too far set back, honestly. This is perfect. So, yeah. The second I start realizing that we might not win this competition, I'll let you guys know. But right now, I'm still fully confident we're going to grab number one. In fact, I'm fully confident that in terms of profit made today, I'm going to make around potentially $4,000. That's what I'm thinking right now. We'll see how close we are to that goal, right? So again, everybody, we're still up $700. We're almost up 1,000. Number 5 is only up 2,000. And I haven't traded nothing in the past hour. So again, everybody, come on. You got to get excited. It's not over. Even though some of these trades are down, it's not over. You said, yeah, you've passed Top Step in the past month, and now you trade cash, but for fun, props are great. Definitely. Definitely. You said you're not a young guy and single like you, but I appreciate, but you do spend a lot of time on the charts and love the game. Excellent. That's what's up to hear. You got it, Georgie. I'll talk to you later, man. Let me know on Discord. All right, everybody. So, again, we're going to take a break here. If you guys want to buy some options, where do you buy and what should you buy? The first thing I will tell you guys is I want you guys... Let me turn this down a little bit. Those lines are really bright. I want you guys to wait for the market to hit number 5, and when it hits number 5, you could buy it again. So again, you can go long when it hits number 5. The option that you're going to buy is going to be a 683 or a 684. You're going to sell the second you're up 20 to 50% because that's the most likely scenario. 100 to 300% is possible, of course, but it might not happen. That's the reality of every trade that we get into. It could go up to 300, 400%, but we're just looking for 20. All right, everybody. I'll see you in a bit here. Call me if you need me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are number 16 in the world. Without us having to do a single thing, we've already rose to the top positions, ladies and gentlemen. So, now since we've done so, the next thing we want to do here, of course, is going to be to claim number 1. We're just giving this a moment here. The move is not done yet. You're still following the first idea from today, which was puts at first and calls second. Which means I think our other calls should be up as well. Yeah, we are. Perfect. Okay. All right, everybody. So we're just waiting now at this point. Again, we're number 16, number 14 in the world. I'll show you guys just like this so you guys can watch it. Number 16 in the world. Are we going to claim number 1? Are we going to get the $8,000? Or is it going to be somebody else, ladies and gentlemen? Place your bets. Place your bets. Bets? Bets? My goodness. All right, Frost. What are you doing back there? What's your goal? John, I'm taking number 1, brother. That spot was mine to begin with. Come on, John. That's the only thing I want to hear. Number 1 or nothing. He said, that's top 10. I love you. You're definitely right. You're definitely right about that. Prime, what are we doing back there? Let me hear it, Prime. Are you in this competition? You've been really quiet recently, brother. You was up $430 once, not so much now. Did you take a picture of it? Make sure you take a picture of it, John. If the picture says that you were number 4, guess what I believe? Of course you were number 4. But if you don't have a picture, if you can't prove your worth, if you can't tell people, hey, this is what I got. I didn't get number 1, but hey, at least I got this position. At least I got to this place. Come on now. John, you got to try harder. Bro, you have so much potential, bro. So much potential. Excellent, Prime. How much are you up right now, brother? Make sure you post those percentages inside of the percentage chat, which is down below. It's the 0 to 100% chat. I think you already know where it's at. I'm going to add everybody here, so you guys could post all your trades that you profited here every single time. Again, everybody, we're number 14 in the world. Rising. Excellent. I'm loving this. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally passed the combine. We finally got a beautiful picture. Let me show you guys. I can't wait to show you. Are you ready for this? Wait a second. Wait a second. Are you guys ready for this? Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially become a certified funded trader. All it took us was 2 days, no losses, and again, we're already a funded trader. That's all it took. And guess what? You guys could do the same. And guess what? You guys could probably even do it better than me. I know you could. Especially if I'm teaching you, shit. I'm not trying to teach you as if I'm trying to hold back, what a person could do. I'm teaching you in a way where you become better than me. And if you don't become better than me, now we have a problem. So every single one of you should be better than me. 100%. This is not a competition. If I'm giving you everything that I have in my brain, I think you should understand that as long as you use that with your original ideas, concepts, and ability, there's no reason in the world why you shouldn't be above me at all. Because you already know my cards. You know what's going on this side of the table. However, I don't know what's going on your side of the table. You see? So, automatically, you should know that, yes, you are at an advantage, is what I'm trying to say. So, if that's the case, I want you guys to all recognize that if I could do this, you most certainly not only could do this, but you're going to fucking blast it out the park. Don't play with me. Especially if I'm teaching you. Don't play with me. You're part of the best group in the world. What do you think this is? Secondary? The second best? Just trying to make it? No. We're the best in the world. And if you guys don't have that type of energy, eventually what's going to happen is you're going to have to leave the group. Or you're going to basically just remove yourself from the group. Because you're going to feel like you're insufficient. You're not going to feel like you're up to the task. You're not going to feel like you can compete with the rest of the group. And eventually at one point you're going to feel bad. I don't care how evil you are. Eventually you will feel bad. And I want every one of you to be profitable. I want every one of you to succeed. So if that's the case, if that's the plan, if that's the whole philosophy of what we're doing, is to make sure that there's others that rise with us. The one thing we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is what? Exactly. Become the best. We're going to become the best in the world because we already are. In fact, we already were. Come on now. I'm so happy about that. I got to post that to the Discord. Okay, everybody. So, let's get this rocking and rolling. Come on, everybody. Let's do it. Number 16 in the world, everybody. Number 16 in the world. Will we get to number 1? Will we become the best in the world? Or are we going to fail miserably? What's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think? As long as we don't give up, we're going to win. That's how it always works. Again, I want to see everybody's trades. If you guys are trading futures, I want to see your trades inside the paper category. I will have a category for the prop firms, but for now, again, I just want to see you guys paper trade. I want to see you guys accomplish this. I want to see you guys get this done. Not because I'm forcing you, but because I know you have the potential to do so. So stop self-sabotaging. Ladies and gentlemen, reach the pinnacle. You got to reach the pinnacle of what human evolution was and is. You got to be the best. Most humans don't actually compete. They don't care. They have no motivation. There's no devotion to nothing at all. Not even faith. So, if you could do that, and if you could be motivated and you could be devoted, you know what's going to happen, right? Exactly. I think we both know. You're going to experience a journey that has never been experienced before. You're going to experience something that's so profound, so amazing. It makes you feel like you're floating on clouds. It makes you feel like you're limitless. And as long as you're feeling that, as long as you're experiencing that, guess what? Exactly. Now we have something to talk about, right? Now we have something to gain. Now we have something to look forward to. So as long as you guys can look forward to something, you can plan correctly, you can mitigate your risk, and stop being a balloon head. As long as you can stop doing that, I have a feeling, just a feeling, of course, right? Might be wrong. But I have a feeling that every single one of you will be able to actually achieve, a level where it's profound to what you thought you could have achieved. Meaning, very quickly your life is going to change. In fact, it's going to turn into something you never even thought was real. Because you didn't know of a life like this. That's how you know you're doing good. That's how you know you're overachieving. If you're not overachieving, guess what? You're never going to face that level. You're never going to get to that point. So what I advise you guys to do right here at this moment is overachieve. Create those charts. Create these levels. Create the ideas. Just like how we did at 1 a.m., 5 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m. before the market even opened up. We already knew what we were going to do. You know what I mean? And you guys could do the same thing. It's just, keep being mindful. That's it. Just be mindful. Understand what you're doing, how you're letting yourself down, what you could be doing to be improving, and understand that it's as simple as you just making the decision as to you changing your life. If you guys really want to change your life, if you guys really feel like you're stuck, there's a reason why you found me. There's a reason why you're listening to my voice right now. It's not because it's for no reason. It's because God made it so. Now, what is the reason as to why he made it so? I'm not too sure, right? But the fact remains he made it so. We met each other. We're talking to each other right now. We're trading live with each other. We're the top 16 in the world right now. And we're giving you guys the same trades. Giving you the same abilities to have the same knowledge that I have, that I accumulated over the past 4 or 5 years. But that 4 or 5 years of knowledge is now yours. That's the crazy part. And it's for free. It's always been for free. That's always going to be yours. But what's not for free is me giving you trades. You go fuck yourself. You got to learn how to trade by yourself. You got to learn how to start changing. That's okay. That's okay, John. Yeah, we're not paying attention to that right now. That's okay. The idea is still in the works. We're still waiting. And that's all. But no, yeah. So I want you guys to actually achieve greatness. You know, not just above average, not just a little good, but the pinnacle. I want you guys at the pinnacle. If you're not at the pinnacle, I don't want to be teaching. I only want to be teaching those people who want to become those who arrive at the pinnacle. Those who are the best. That's the only time I have in this world, is to teach those that want to become the best. So if you guys want to become the best, if you guys want to make this happen, if you guys want to make this work, again, first thing you do, technicals. Chop up the charts, right? Make it happen. Make it work. Make it happen. Make it work. Make it happen. Make it work. Keep testing it. Keep testing it. Paper trade. Paper trade. And ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Exactly. Paper trade. Keep it going. Keep building your experience until your experience becomes so profound that it even scares you. That's how you know you're traveling in the right direction. Not because you think that you've done enough, no, but because the level that you've actually gotten to is so profound, it's so scary, it's so surreal, that when you actually factor it in, you realize that, holy shit, we have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, we have a problem. We've become the best in the world and we didn't even know it. Now, how do we get to that level? Because I know I'm the best, but my money is not talking the same way as the best. The way number one in the world talks and the way his money's talking different than mine. So how can I get my money to talk the same as his, right? You make the same that he can make. Well, how can you make the same if he's the best? Well, I want you to realize that, you know, most people that become the best, they get lazy. They get tired. They get, you know, a little bit off track, you could say. What that means is you have an opportunity to take that number one spot from them. Just like how you have the opportunity to take that number one spot from me today. Every trade that I've given you guys, again, I'm number 16 in the world. Maybe it's a little bit less now. But again, we were just number 16 in the world. This morning we were number 1. And we still have not been actively trading. We're still just waiting on our first trade. Actually, the second. But isn't that crazy? That we're still at the top 20, top 10, and we haven't really been doing anything? Like, we haven't really been actively trading again? Isn't that wild? Come on now. It's not to make it seem like we're better than people, but it's to make you understand that nobody compares to us. Just 2 trades and we're still in the top 20. That makes no sense. That's so sad if you really think about it. And I mean, it makes sense again, because 99% of traders, people say 90%, but I think 99% of traders, they're lying to you, by the way. 99% of traders do not make money. They just lose it all eventually. Which is the saddest part, but I mean, it makes sense because, again, nobody has structure. Nobody organizes anything like how we do. Nobody plans like how we do, you know? And the only reason why we started planning the way we do right now is just simply due to the fact that we've achieved so many losses. I've had so many down days and so many losses and so many failures that at this point, I don't want to see a single one no more. At this point, me having a failure, you know what that means? Is that I'm garbage. That's it. That's what that means. Because if I'm the best, I'm the best. I'm going to show up as being the best. I'm going to be number 1. But again, I want you guys to actively watch me when I'm doing these challenges, because it's a mix of self-sabotaging because I don't care and I'm not motivated enough because the Discord keeps leaving and there's nobody that really wants to really learn. 99% of people just want trades given to them, and when there's not a trade given to them, they just leave the Discord. So that's something that affects me, of course. But it's like I purposely give you guys bad trades to see how you guys act and react when things go against you. And the fact remains, there's only a few select of you who can actually deal with my trials and my tribulations, and you can actually still achieve a next level. Just like you, John, you're one of those people. Frost, I don't know, because Frost is a little odd. He said he wants to have one-on-ones, but again, he doesn't call me, he doesn't really text me, so it's a little bit odd. I do think that Frost is going to be one of the next people that does leave, just because that he hasn't really been doing nothing. And he's actively in this chat right now as we speak. I say that because I'm not trying to come after him, but because I'm confused. If you see people making 20, 30, 40,000 and you're still only making $5, $10, $20 and you're not asking for help, you have to change that dynamic. I think you agree with me, Frost. We have to change that dynamic, because what's the point of you being here? It's just me taking your money for no reason, and I don't want to do that. So, Frost, I need you to try more. Prime, I need you to post more. I need to tell people how much you're up, how much you're down. I need you guys to start these cheap challenges, because Prime, I'm giving you another week. After that 1 week is up, and I'm saying this live because, Prime, you have some of the most potential I've ever seen out of anybody I've ever taught. But I want to see you, in particular, use it to your advantage. So tonight, if you need to talk to me, if you want to call me, Prime, call me. In fact, call me right now, if you can call me. Call me right now if you can hear me. Let's talk this out. We'll create a plan, and then we'll see if you can follow that plan. For everybody else, again, just text me, call me, let me know when you need help. We're going to be actively trading here in a second. And we're just going to be trading with the futures. We'll trade with the options, but again, it's just going to be a little slower. That's all. Okay? All right, everybody. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is, right? It's the make it or break it time. We're place number 32 in the world. Will we be able to, claim number one? What do you guys think? Realistically, what do you guys think? We're still sitting in that same trade, which is trade number 2, since the morning. It's kind of sad that we're still number 32, even though we've been sitting in just the second trade. But, I mean, it happens,
Order rejected. Order rejected. Order rejected. Order rejected. Order rejected. Order rejected.
Well then. Oh, well then. That food was so good. I clobbered that shit. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we're up $42 here.
Order failed. Order rejected.
All right. Let's start loosening up some capital. That's the problem. It all looks like it's flipping positive, but yeah, this looks like it's gonna flip up a little bit more.
Order rejected.
MGC. Of course, that's gonna be gold. So right now we're top 28. The gold is first gonna be top 10. Just so we can see where we're at.
Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled.
I'm gonna look at the euro charts in a second here.
Order rejected. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. Order rejected.
So we're just gonna switch positions here.
Order rejected.
Let's see what we could do here, ladies and gentlemen. 45 minutes left.
Order filled. Order filled.
Rejected.
is?
Do you guys know what the speed of darkness is?
That's a great question. I ain't gonna lie, because think about it. It's really dark before it get bright. See, but I'm for real though. It's dark before it get light.
He's right about that.
Is there more light than it is darkness? Zeke, you know what I'm saying? Triggers my mind.
But then it makes you expand into further questions on that. Like, what is
You know what? This motherfucker didn't hit number 1 yet, but you almost hit number 1.5. So technically kind of counts, right? This makes me very upset. Can you just, you know, go up to the top, please? Hurry up.
And then it turned different colors too. How
And then at 3:30 we'll get some puts. What time is it? Oh shit. Can you hurry up, please?
Okay, hold on.
that dark, bro, that darkness is quick, Zeke. I'm not gonna
Number
lie, that
29.
darkness is quick, Zeke. I ain't gonna count them. I'm not discovering.
Darkness is quick in the...
I ain't gonna lie, darkness is quick, like, cause it be bright during the day, but then when it starts,
I want to sell this shit at the top, bro. Honestly, not even. Watch this. Watch what's gonna happen. You're gonna start running up right towards the top. I think you're gonna get right here.
it's really just black.
I'm gonna sell everything right towards the top.
If you think about it.
Let's watch it now. Watch it happen. Watch it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let me fix up my MES. Right here. So. Okay, so we got MES, we got MNQ, MGC, switch at gold.
Shocking discovery.
You see what I'm saying? Because if you really think deep about it, the universe is just dark. It's darkness. I know. Like this shit.
Yeah, no,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
because you're right. Yeah. So what is the purpose of the sun then?
That's the question you need to answer.
Now you ask me
You
that question.
know what I'm saying? That's the question you gotta answer. What is really the sun and what is the use of it? Exactly. Because do we really need you?
Do we know what the speed of darkness is? Because I'm intrigued.
Speech to Monica Caron. Was that a good pronunciation of it?
See? But I'm for real though, it's dark before it get light. Is there more light?
You're only 3,100 places behind me. What happened, John?
Triggers my mind.
You gotta let me know.
Then it makes you expand into further.
You gotta text me. What did you buy? Why are you so far behind? I'm waiting for the explanation, John.
I know you're talking about where it's like, it's kind of still dark, but that bitch kind of like,
And then it turned different colors too. How the fuck do it change colors, see?
I was wondering that. How could we test this though? Okay, hold on.
Alrighty. We have 40 minutes left. What place are we at? We're place number 32.
That dark, bro, that darkness is quick, see? I'm not gonna lie, that darkness is quick,
Aw,
see? I
man.
ain't gonna count them. I'm not discovering.
Looks like we fucked up, everybody. We might not get to number 1 now. Started trading a little too late. Let me tell you something. It's okay. We have another challenge next week. We'll wait for the last 30 minutes. We'll see how it turns out. Who knows? Maybe these last 30 minutes turn out to be something, you know, absolutely insane.
Order rejected.
Yeah, we should be able to hit those levels. In fact, we should be able to hit something a little bit higher than that. We'll leave it like that. I think it'll happen before 3:30. I think it'll hold here. It'll bounce up. Same thing with MES. Come on, break out. Break out, you little shit. Let me become number one! Let's see what happens here. Just give it 1 second, everybody. This should be a fun little play right here. What in the world? Oh my god. Oh man. Alright, what's happening here? What's going on?